Alright, mic check, mic check. Think we're back in the game. What is up, what's up? You're gonna be doing the Winged Hive Tyrant 2 Thors. Nice. Very nice. I think it'll be awesome trying to get as many of these figures as we can. I have two, so we're gonna be doing a paint assembly of two of these bad boys. What's up, everyone? My name is Brent Lee, and welcome to Wicked Minis. How's everyone doing on this Sunday, my Sunday morning? And you're doing High Fleet Behemoth? Nice. Those are the red and blue, right? What's up, Antifreeze? How you doing? All right. What's up, Sarah? How you doing? Right. You're getting there. My cup is gonna fall over. Alright. Fire up the air compressor. Start getting these bad boys painted, huh? Driving back home from Houston. Coming back from Houston. Yeah, I got probably about 2 inches of snow on the valley floor. I know that because I'm pretty low on the valley, and I got 2 inches. So the higher you go up the mountain, the more inches they get going up there. So it's not too awfully bad, but it's freezing cold. Like it's just like 20 degrees here still. So I didn't have to shovel up too much snow, which made it easy. And then it was telling me that on my weather thing that I might be getting more snow on Wednesday evening, so we'll see how that goes. That ain't good. Little magnet came out. Hey, what's up, Biker Scout? Everything's good. Had a coffee. Wee bit tired, but we're good. We're good. We're good. We're gonna be working on some of these winged, prime tyrants, Tyranid Primes. What's up, Devon? How you doing? Appreciate everyone coming and hanging out. Off the minute dust that I have on this. It could be snowing, but man, the wind was whipping so hard yesterday. Like, this stuff was just blowing all over the place. It was crazy. So since we're going Leviathan High Fleet, doing the Leviathan High Fleet like we did with the Tyranids, with the Norn Emissary and the Death Leaper. So now we got to get the crucial color on these guys is getting all that beige-ish looking outer skin color. So the first thing that we're gonna do is actually spray the whole entire thing with dark plum. These on the web store. I thought they were bigger. Yeah, nope, they're small. These guys are small. These guys are like the leaper size. Not that big at all. We need a little bit of airbrush flow improver. But just enough to kind of cover a thin layer over the top. A little bit of just regular good old water. There's a little layer of that on top of that. Little spin mixing here just to mix it all together. And drop things. I did not get the Tomb Kings. All I did was get the rule book, the main rule book, and then I got the Ravenous Horde book because I got everything for Slaves to Darkness. I still have my old Slaves to Darkness army. A lot of it's some are complete, some are not complete, some are built, some are not built. But they're all square bases and everything that I have. I'll have to go back through those, but I was just gonna do Slaves to Darkness. I think I got enough for a full army of Slaves to Darkness. Come on. Okay. I haven't sprayed out of this airbrush in a while. This is the Iwata airbrush. My Krios is soaking in some LA awesome sauce. So I want to cover this entire model with this dark plum. And I do have it kind of get enough flow out of this. Gonna put a little bit more water in this. Backflow it. Sometimes you just got to kind of feel for it when you're airbrushing. I really don't have like a ratio because it just kind of depends on your location and everything else. I'm really dry, so I have to add a little bit more flow improver and a little bit more water. If you're in a place where it's a little bit more humid, you probably use a little less water, a little less flow improver. but to know that you got a good smooth surface is that it goes on looking liquid wet when it's on there. If it starts looking like, you know, the outer skin layer of an orange, and that's what we call orange peel, where it has kind of like little divots and stuff on there, because it's actually coming out of the nozzle too thick of droplets, and the droplets ain't smoothing over top of your surface. It's called orange peel. You're gonna need a little bit more moisture or flow improver, either or, just like maybe a touch of flow improver and a little bit more water. I normally just go with water, because flow improver, if you put too much on it, too much flow improver in the paint, it makes the paint take longer to dry. So just something to keep in mind there when you're doing that. So I normally put water because water evaporates real quickly and then the paint can dry real fast. Hey, what's up? What's up, Rosie? How you doing? There's a Sith Rose on YouTube now. I do, but not when I'm just painting like singular model. If I do like a big old line, like what I should have done when we were doing the Terminators on Twitch, is have I got this thing from Master Airbrush, but this is my vent box. I normally do that when I'm priming, when I do a lot of priming and everything. As you can tell, it's like super black inside here. When I do my primes and my varnishes especially. But I don't see anything wrong with doing it also when you're painting with acrylics. But normally it doesn't, the ratio of overspray is relatively like 8 inches from where you're spraying. But when I'm doing prime and stuff, that stuff's a little bit not as dense as acrylic paint, so sometimes it fogs. So that's the reason why I have that when I'm doing prime. When I'm priming my models. But when I'm doing this, I'm not shooting that much paint out of this thing when I'm covering my miniatures, so I can kind of get away with just painting away without the ventilation box. It's pretty much really just contained right in this little area. Like, that's where I spray it out. I have a little overspray that gets onto my actual box, but that's about as far as it goes. It doesn't really go any further than that. The Chaos Dwarves have already got a few for Warcry, but can't wait for them to get more. Waiting on Tomb Kings just to make an army for Warcry. Mixing Tomb Kings. Oh, okay, gotcha. My Legion and Nagash together for an army. Oh, that'll work. That'll work. Or large prime jobs. Yeah, it works out because, like, I've just noticed that with prime, and especially varnish. Varnish is, like, harsh as hell. Like, it's hard to breathe with that. So, I like having the boots. The boots are really cheap. They're not that expensive. And it's nice having one of those booths so when you're doing it, because that's the only one that I've had where it actually like spreads really far, is prime and varnish. And I think the other thing is too, is that I don't use flow improver to kind of condense my droplets out of my prime and varnish. I don't use flow improver. I use an airbrush thinner, and I think that this stuff here, this is the one that's a little bit more, I would say a little bit more toxic of any kind, is throwing the thinner. inside the prime and my varnish when I'm using it. So I think that's what causes it to be more foggy, is because I'm using the thinner instead of the flow improver. If you use the flow improver for prime or varnish, it takes forever for that stuff to dry. Forever. So I use thinner so I can get this stuff to dry really quickly, and then I can proceed to the next step. Just trying to get a good coverage, make sure that I got all the black prime covered. And I'm barely using any paint. Like, I still got enough to paint like 3 more of these guys, 4 more of these guys. Oh yeah, and then just play around with an airbrush. You'll start getting kind of used to it, like how sensitive the triggers are. Each airbrush has their own kind of little finesse to them. I've been, before on my, see, I got like well, this one's the AK basic line airbrush that I got, and I use this for my primes and varnishes. And actually, I've been having a better coverage when I take the actual nozzle, the cone nozzle, and I've been actually shooting just like this out of it. And I've been actually getting like really good coverage, a little bit hastier pace, because when prime starts shooting out of here, it starts building up real heavy around the rim of the nozzle here, the nozzle cone. And then all of a sudden I'm not able to shoot prime, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, I have to keep constantly cleaning this. And it shoots it out very thin. And I kind of want it a little bit thicker, so I actually been removing this piece and actually just shooting straight like this with prime and varnish. But that gives you even a bigger cloud. It gives you a bigger spray zone. But then I've been, you know, it lessens the amount of clogging on the front there and the flow of prime and varnish coming out. But it comes out quickly, so you got to be able to prime real fast. It's almost like you're shooting out of an aerosol can. It's fast. It comes out quick. But it gives me a faster prime job. I don't have to spend so much time trying to clean the nozzles off and get a flow. Kind of gives me a little bit of a thicker coat on there, not completely covering up all the details or anything of that sort, but it is giving me a little bit of a thicker coverage and not so light, so it doesn't kind of rub off like I've been having, just because it wasn't really thick enough on there. Because when you're airbrushing, I mean, you're putting a very, very thin line of paint on here. You're not putting a huge layer like if it's coming off of a paintbrush. But it works as a great, I feel like this is a great thing to have in your arsenal, because if your base coats, midtones, and highlights come from your airbrush, you're painting so thin that all the details doesn't get hidden or anything, so you can get in there with a regular brush and do all your finer details on your model. And because I'm because I'm priming with black, I have to always kind of hit this a little bit more, just because this dark plum is slightly transparent, so the black kind of seeps through this. And then you'll see as I add the other colors, it's not nearly as bad. And it's just kind of weird how this model's posed too, so it's kind of hard to get all these nooks and crannies in here. There we go. That looks good. Next. Getting back to the other one that's all nice and dry. See, it's all nice and pretty and dry. I can literally touch this. The paint's not coming off at all. I know it looks like that, but that's where I was sticking my thumb on. There, here's a clean finger. Okay, I'm touching it. It's all nice and dry. And that was just in just a few minutes. That's what I like about this. Last night and finished 5 more Terminator nights. That's awesome. Yeah, you're making great progress. I think the next color is yellow ochre. We're going to take yellow ochre and mix it into the purple. You're going to get, I think this is how you kind of get kind of a warm brown. That's from Pro Acryl as well. But we're going to be working up a beige color. Of course, mine's a little too much yellow ochre. Nothing unusual there. Kind of squirted out quite a bit there. Now we're making a little bit more progress. Maybe a little too much purple. There's a single drop of yellow there. Yellow goes a long ways, it looks like. Better, brighter than add, and then we top it all off with a little bit of bright ivory for the final. Actually, we probably could put some in here anyways. We could kind of just jump it. Bit of water. Backflow, plug the front end here, pull back. Lots of little bubbles, that means you have a really good mix. Now when you paint this color right over top, it's going to kind of give you a little bit of a brown. little bit of a tan flesh. I'm not really worried about wings. I want to get all this like armaments that are on it. It is nice. I am kind of old school myself. I always kind of like having I like the cards. I've always liked them since they were kind of introduced with Age of Sigmar, where you can get like the War Scroll cards. I think that's what they were called. They were... I'm glad that 40K is kind of doing it now. But like, this is how they used it. This is what they did with like Age of Sigmar. They had the War Scroll cards. Had all of your figures on these cards, right? And I like the cards like way better than, you know, the codexes. Like the codexes give you the lore and stuff, and of course they have all the data sheets in the back. But yeah, like the cards, I've always liked the cards because the cards were always nice, because then you could pick out which ones that you have in your army, and then you had them, and they're like kind of quick reference cards. They're like flash cards, really. And you're just going through your flash cards, like boom, 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 just getting them done, right? And that was the one thing that kind of 40K did not have, were the cards. Like they just didn't really have the cards. They just had like the books. Or you can get on Battle Scribe and then have it on like a tablet or something, but then you're still kind of scrolling through and reading quite a bit of stuff. And then I'm kind of glad that they actually were doing more cards. Makes things a little easier. Like the only cards that 40K really had were the command point cards. Gonna have just a little bit of trouble with some brush work on this guy. But the good thing is I don't have him glued onto the base, so if we have to, we can pop him off the base. These guys actually have square plug, hexagon plugs actually plug into the base. So that'll make things a little easier there. Oh, getting really close to getting these guys already up to the color that we want. We'll be painting with brushes in no time. Yeah, and then the Dark Angels are gonna be cool. I got a whole bunch I've been kind of saving a lot of cool figures for Dark Angels. And now I'm kind of holding off on doing the White Scars. Not saying that I'm not gonna do White Scars, but I'm just holding off just to see what all the jazz is going to be about the Dark Angels. If I'm going to be able to do a Deathwing bikes, are they only going to just be Outrider bikes? Am I going to have all the rest of the bikes for Dark Angels? Are they going to redo the bikes, or everything's just going to be upgrade bits? Like all these questions I have with no answers. So I kind of have to hold off on that because I got so many bikes. of Outriders, and if that's the only thing that's going to be is just like upgrade sprues for them, then I kind of want to go that direction with all the bikes that I have and get some Dark Angel bikes. But then also have like a physical, like, you know, infantry unit of Dark Angels as well, including Lionel Johnson would be really neat to do. Kind of like how I'm doing the Ultra Bros right now, because it has, you know, Rabute Gilliman, and he's a Primarch. I like to get that done as well. And we're getting closer and closer on the Ultra Bros, the Ultra Marines, getting those guys done. The other one, it's not too long and it's all nice and dry. Okay, now we're just gonna hit it up heavily with Bright Ivory here. So I just bought someone's a ton of Ravenwing command squads, hoping they don't nix them. I don't know. See, that's the biggest thing. Like, I'm not quite sure if they're going to or not. Yeah. And that's the same thing. Like, don't feel too bad. Like, I have a whole bunch of, like, Sanguinary Guard for Blood Angels, and I just have this feeling that I know they're planning on doing it. I just don't know if it's going to happen in this edition or the next edition. But I have kind of a feeling that it's going to be possibly this edition, and they're going to give me all this brand new Sanguinary Guard for Blood Angels, and I have like 25 old Sanguinary Guard. So I just like, oh, I'm going to have just like this mass amount of Sanguinary old school ones. So I'm in the same boat as well. Yeah, and then I still have some of the old bikes too. I still got 6 of the old bikes. I still have one of the White Scars. Excuse me, White Scars. White Scars command bike. Like 4 White Scars. It has pewter upgrades. Yeah, they're the same data cards. Same data cards. It just kind of sucks because you kind of want to, like, you got all these brand new models that are coming out, and then you're using all these old models that go with the new stuff. So I can see why. And I can tell you, like, if you're doing Sanguinary Guard, like, those are hard models. Like, they're very compacted. They're, like, small and compact. They have these huge wings. And it'd be nice to have a little bit more open. Just as I saw the Assault Intercessors with jump packs, they look great. I put all mine all together. They look amazing. I was gonna put those in my Blood Angels army, and then have Sanguinary Guard and Dante, Sanguinary Priest with a jump pack would be great. And you're looking at some like super fast pace moving across the board with all these jump packs. I'm saving all my land speeders, or like the Thunderhead speeders, or whatever the hell they call them. Saving all of those because I don't know if I might put those in the Dark Angels or not, or they go into the Blood Angels. And plus the Redemptor Dreadnoughts. Which actually I was gonna grab and show you guys. Oh, here, let me get all this done first. Like I'm making these things like pasty white. Yeah, so it's not like they're gonna be obsolete. Phoenix, they're gonna be just fine. It's just that you're just gonna be using older models, and then once you see the new models, you're gonna be like, ah, I want those, but you can still do the old ones. They're all gonna be on the same base size. Nothing changes there. But if you're like me and stuff, you want all the new stuff for when you're doing new armies. And I understand that too. So that's like 3 color mix right there. We did our base tone, mid-tone, highlights. The reason why is the brighter the color, the more transparent it is. So it gives me that perfect beige color. I'm not going to that superior white, that like really, really bright white that they normally paint the Leviathan Tyranids with. I'm going with a little bit more of a beige color. Off-white, eggshell white, however you want to call it. It's a different shade of white. Don't want to go like ultra white. I don't really particularly like it on the Leviathan, so that's the thing that I'm changing, but everything else relatively stays the same. And then when I do the final wash on this thing, and we're alright. That's where I'm gonna go with those. Now everything else is just hand paint. Now we don't got anything else. Everything's gonna be brushwork after this. Just doing all the easy stuff for myself, making it easier to get these things done a little bit more quickly in a timely manner, and that's pretty much what an airbrush is meant for. Now it's just the process of cleaning the brush out as best you can. I'm always terrible at these. Yeah, this looks a little too... well, they always done that for the Tyranids, for the Leviathan fleet. They always made them like with these like super bright like white scars, white as their armament, and then everything else is painted. And I don't really particularly care for that. I kind of wish it was a different color, so that's why I'm changing it. But everything else can stay the same. I like the purples. I like having purple mutated bugs. But I do like the behemoths and stuff like that. Like I like the behemoth hive because I do like the red and the blue. Like the red and blue is really cool. I like the black and what is it? Is it black and purple or black and dark blue? I like that color scheme as well. Almost done. Get this clean and I'll show you the upgrade bits from Dark Tide on the Dreadnought. I didn't put it on the Dreadnought, but I wanted to show you what it looks like with the Dark Angels. That looks good. Nice and cleaned out. Rinsing it off. Water back up here. These are the Tyranids we're going to be working on. And I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to just grab those things real quick and I'll show you guys. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. In game. Here, sorry for the little quick break. I wanted to grab this because I wanted to show you guys. So, from Grey Tide, they have these upgrade bits that you can put on your model. Now, I do have something that's Liber Demonica, and their upgrade bits. Actually, I'll grab those. I do have some. All I have is just the Black Templars now. Liber Demonica sends all their bits in soap boxes. So it's not my clever design, that was theirs. So Liber Demonica has these. Okay. And then here, I'll try to get the Dark Angel ones. I think I have the Dark Angels and the Black Templars all mixed in. That is it. Black Templar. I think this Templar. Big giant wings for Dark Angels. Wing there. There's the other wing. Yeah. I'll show you guys. Okay. Now with Liber Demonica, when you're doing Liber Demonica pieces, now these replace you're ordering from Liber Demonica. So if you order from Liber Demonica, these things actually replace these pieces. They're the same exact size. Okay, so you gotta be careful if you're getting Liber Demonica pieces, then you have to not put these panels on. These replace all your panels from Liber Demonica. Now, on Grey Tide, they do not. They go over top like a covering. So these are the these are the Dark Angels. They go over top of these. Then goes over top of the panel. You glue them straight to the panels themselves. I didn't realize that. I built all my dreadnoughts without the panels, and realizing that these things need the panels. Then this thing here, this goes right over. This is the dreadnought's nut cover. So this thing has
already starting.
Yeah.
The point of an
I'm not having this conversation before. So they go on like that, so it's actually pretty neat. And then they have like these wings or whatnot, and they go on the back. Dark Angel wings, they go right here. That's pretty neat. Yeah, so there were some pretty cool upgrade bits. I did like those. And then I have like the Black Templar ones, but you can either do one way or the other. You can go either Liber Demonica or the or these other ones. Monica, or what do they call Grey Tide? Grey Tide upgrade bits. But I just wanted to show you that the upgrade bits actually go over top of the panel, so you have to build all of it with the panels. Oh, that was interesting. Something that I learned. Okay, now we got to sit here and open up shop. That's my wet palette here. Yeah, the bits were pretty cool. They came out really easy. Real easy prints. They're all pre-supported, so all I did was just throw them on there. Moved them around. Printed them up. And I was like, okay, these things printed out really good. Alright, let's do the ones that's going to be the hardest out of the bunch. The hardest out of the bunch is going to be doing all the flesh tones that are going to be on this guy. It's going to be kind of like the Death Leaper. The Death Leaper, we're going to be doing all of this fleshy membranes. This thing has quite a bit of it on the wings, but that's where we're going to go. Color I use for that is burgundy. Like a number 2 brush on this one. Hopefully I don't screw it up too badly. The outside ones are going to be the easiest. The inside ones, I want to see if I can actually do this while they're still on the base. We might have to pop them up. Well, that didn't take long. First paintbrush. First paint stroke. Don't think I'm. Keep going. The trick is not mistaking the skeleton, the hard piece right here where the claws are, mistaking those for the actual membrane piece. I do that a lot. But you might have to go back through on that one little part there and get that fixed. We can brush that. Mixing the color that we had. So the color was the dark plum, yellow ochre, bright ivory. Like they could have probably made these guys spread their wings a little bit more, been a little easier to kind of get into it, but it does have a cool pose. It does make things a little difficult though. Reaching where we need to get to. Also been noticing mornings when I'm actually painting, I got horrible amount of shakes in my hand. I still don't know the reason behind it. Here, kind of confusing with all the folds things. Trying to. When I stream in the evenings on Twitch, my hands are nowhere near as shaky right now. Interesting. Why? What's up, Space Nifty? How you doing? Okay, now there's this extremely hard part right here next to the membrane in the leg. Actually, kind of a weird angle. I'm hoping that the brush can get all the way to you. And probably out of the whole model, these things are the hardest things to do, is getting the base coats filled in. These little membrane flesh parts that I liked on the Tyranids is keeping these things. But they have some like soft flesh membrane parts in between their hard shells. That camper trailer yesterday down here, we had some badass hot dogs. Nice. Nice. Didn't do bad of a job there. That looks like that sounds like a good time. Kind of awesome that from doing this stream and connecting you guys all together, it's been pretty neat. Been a cool ass community that we got going here. Because you guys go to like Renaissance fairs and all sorts of stuff. Worst part about this is gotta do it twice. Even after I get this thing laid down good, we still got another wing prime to do. Or just a prime, a Tyranid Prime, I think all this thing's called. That was called a winged Tyranid Prime. Finally got internals. Get the externals of to be a slight bit easier. Easier access to. Lessens the chance of. I mean that it'll won't happen. Very much can't. Smaller brush to get inside there. I think I'm still going to try to snake it in there. Sharp enough. You can, with any brush, they all have kind of tip, pointed tip. That which brushes same. Right here. It's going to be all right if we get it onto this claw, because that's going to be a different color anyways. A lot of precise painting. Model is extremely. I think I've been saying that to almost every of the brand new Tyranid. Kind of closed, compacted. Guess a sub-assembly would help a little bit on this process. And again, it's not that it's the end of the world if it is all together. It can still be painted well. The shakes in my hands are fine. Why I get them? Like this on every Sunday that I've been streaming in the morning. I've been handshakes. One thing that I don't like working on are wings. Have never been my favorite thing to do. I think it's always just so much time spent on wings. I think that's the reason. Yeah, it's a good start. Yeah, the burgundy color has an excellent color for starting, like membrane fleshiness. Uh, really like the color for that purpose. Keep on rolling with doing the block fills on this thing, and then we'll switch over do the membrane again on the other model. I know the process longer, but once we get past the whole membrane thing, all the rest of it will go. The other things that I paint on these are the things that are not technically their outside shell. Like they have like this armor shell that's on them, but it looks like they have like these little spots that are in between the joints. And then the vents, like these little vents that, well, this membrane color. Switch into a smaller brush so it's easy to fit right here. Yeah, like the armor panel. Yeah, kind of like the back of the servo parts on the Space Marines. These things are just kind of like all the joints. Kind of connect every piece here. I kind of put a little fleshiness on there. Because I don't believe that everything on a Tyranid bug is a hard armor shell. Right here. Contorted part of their legs. Some are harder to get to than others. Right here. I know it just seems like it's very unnoticeable, so like why would I be doing them? But it bugs me. Right here, it's like this little webbing in the thigh connecting to like tail. It's complicated. It's hard to hit some of these spots. feel like at least if I can get the majority of it. Very small, it's very minute, but they are kind of a nice little touch to the figure. Breaks up beige color for the regular armor, and then when we do the purple, breaks it up even more, and then really kind of brings out everything once we get everything kind of blocked. Okay. Little vents on the legs. Things are really tough to reach because the wing's in the way. Best to try to get in there. Arm. Old World was a real hit. Hit sold out in minutes. Is it really? I didn't get to actually see what was going on. It's like all these things sold out like super quick. I don't know if they sold out over the hypeness over it or what. Yeah, you too. Thank you for coming out and hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Have fun at your D&D session. All right. I don't know, like the boxes ain't sold out here in the States. They might be sold out up there in Canada. Maybe you got a lot of Canadian old world fans. As I'm not sold out here yet in the States. Oh, maybe the Bretonians sold out. Okay, so the Bretonians sold out. Oh yeah, the rule book and the data cards sold out. That's interesting. So the only thing that's available are the Tomb Kings. Oh, hold on. That must be a special one. Oh no, no, the rule book was sold out, but the Forces of Fantasy, the Ravening Hordes, rule books are still good to go. Yeah, some of the Bretonian stuff and the Tomb Kings are still available. Interesting. Yeah, quite a bit. I guess big old hype for the Bretonians. I'm like, maybe if they fix the rules. I think there was some like kind of weird ruling, if I remember right, for the Bretonians. They had some pretty weird rules in fantasy. Yeah, when you have cannons in Warhammer Fantasy, like, well, this one's actually a cool one too. Like, so this is for the Slaves to Darkness. This is the Chaos Mortar Cannon. This is an old school Chaos Mortar Cannon. They're all sold out over there in the across the pond. Like, all I have is just Tomb Kings. Like, all I have is Tomb Kings available right now. Alright, so you have this. Now, these guys roll off of scatter dice. If anybody plays, like, Necromunda, you guys would know what scatter dice are. So, this thing, back in the day for the rules and stuff, this thing had a mind of its own. Okay? It's like its own little demon engine. So, let alone that this thing would actually shoot, and when it does, you would roll your scatter dice, and it would show the direction on where it's supposed to go, and then you would roll a 6-side die of how many inches it would go. So this thing would actually shoot, say, like, it goes like 24 inches, so you would shoot this thing 24 inches, you roll a scatter die, and then it'll say, nope, it's going to go this direction. So it hits and then bounces the direction of your scatter dice. Then you would roll a 6-side to show how many inches it would go. You would roll again. Sometimes I think it would only bounce twice. And then otherwise it would either explode, which that's what you really want, was the explosion, or it would just bounce a second time and then it wouldn't explode at all. So it would just tear through the units. Another thing is that if your units are out there and you're trying to shoot over top of your units, there's sometimes that the scatter dice would roll back towards you and actually blow up your own units. So it would actually go through your own units and then blow up. Or it would bounce and go through your own units. But I wanted to say you would only be able to roll once. And I think there was a bounce mark on one of the dice, so it could bounce a second time, possibly. But I always remember it bouncing once, and then most of the time, your second time you roll, it would explode. But sometimes it would shoot past it, and then say you had units that are like in front of this thing, and it shot, and sometimes it would bounce back at your own units and kill your own units. The other thing about this dude is that you would have to roll to make sure that this thing was stable. To stabilize the Chaos Mortar Cannon. So the Chaos Mortar Cannon, you would have to roll a die to make sure that it's stationary. And it would stay that way, or sometimes this thing would have a mind of its own, turn, and it start mowing over your own units and stuff because it had a mind of its own. So sometimes it would just move, it moves on its own sometimes, and you have no control over it because of really bad dice rolls. And then the motor cannon will just turn and it start mowing over your own miniatures. So it was really funny. I had some really funny things that would happen. So it was like Warhammer Fantasy and like Blood Bowl. You know, it would just do the funniest things, like your Blood Bowl characters. Like I like playing Blood Bowl because I roll so poorly sometimes, and it would just sit there and just be like trying to pick up the ball, missed picking up the ball. Like you roll the dice to pick up the ball, didn't be able to pick up the ball. Then he would trip over himself, break his armor, and he would die all in the same time just trying to pick up a ball off the ground on Blood Bowl. That happens to me a whole bunch of times. Yeah, it's all about those scatter dice. Bringing back the scatter dice. Now, Necromunda has scatter dice. And I think that's for firing certain weapons or whatnot. But yeah, if you play like the Empire and the cannons and stuff like that, they had a lot of shooting, but then it also had like bounce backs. So sometimes it would scatter dice and the direction would come towards you. And when it comes back towards you, it would actually destroy your own units. It's really funny. Especially when your units are getting closer and closer into combat. And you're still shooting the cannons to go past your units and trying to hit your units, the enemy units in the back. And sometimes it would hit and then roll and then actually go through your own. That sounds about right. It was made in the UK. Trusted. Blow your own troops. Yeah, blow up your own troops. And I've had that happen multiple times. Many times. Warhammer Fantasy. I think everybody's getting on that hype train of the Bretonians, but I believe that there was some, unless they corrected the rules on it, but I almost wanted to say it kind of played like 40K, like Astra Militarium. Had quite a bit of similarities there, because I think you had to have like someone give commands to that unit to make it move accordingly. Now I can be wrong, you guys can correct me on that. And then like you have the roll to see if the commander will do, because everybody's like in Bretonia, I guess they're all just kind of like super stuck ups, so you got to try to get the Bretonian flank units to work. They had some weird like commands or something like that, and sometimes you couldn't get them to actually charge. Just stay right where they're at, just looking at your units getting destroyed. So there was some kind of weird mechanics that happened in that one. So if they fixed that, that would have been great. And Bretonians would be really good. They're great in combat, but you have to try to first get them into combat. So if they still stick to that same kind of rule, everybody's going to be like, Bretonians kind of suck. They're neat looking. Aesthetically, they look cool, because how cool is it to have a full cavalry, mostly cavalry unit. I mean, you do have some infantry guys, for shooting arrows and what have you. But most of the time, I was flanking with doing the flanks with the cavalry, and then like the cavalry commander, you have to roll for the cavalry commander to give the command to get your cavalry units to charge or whatever, and sometimes they just stay there, they just won't move. It was like something of that sorts, somewhere around there. And again, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. It was something. I know there was something about the Bretonians that people were playing the Bretonians and didn't like playing the Bretonians and changed. Fire extinguisher made in the UA catch fire. That's funny. Hecaton and Eredish Nate are both in the Bretonians. Okay. Yeah, you just gotta ask them, because then, like, I think they had to explain, like, if they were in it before. I don't know if they actually played Warhammer Fantasy beforehand. I know Hecaton was, like, really excited about it. I think Hecaton on that. Really excited about it. Because played Warhammer Fantasy in the you guys haven't played Warhammer Fantasy in the past and these things. I'm curious because I'm waiting for the rules to come in, and when the rules come in, all my stuff were all dead stuff and evil stuff. So I always had chaos. And stuff like that. So all my stuff were all the living dead people. Von Karsteins, Vampire Courts. Those were my jam. Warhammer. But yeah, they would have to if they played Warhammer Fantasy. There was something that was going on with the Bretonian. Made them like kind of difficult. They fixed that problem, then the Bretonians are gonna, because they were a really cool army, but they did something to them where it made it really difficult to play them. Back in the day, now if they changed the rules up and how the gameplay plays in it, mechanics of the game, then, or they just made the exact same rules up and going, here you go, and then there's going to be possibly a bunch of upset Bretonian players. Like, I painted up all these pretty cavalry guys, can't get them to charge into battle. The commander was just like, nah, it's not this turn. We're just not going to do it. You'd roll poorly, and nah, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna charge. Some of them had like these little quirky things. It was the same thing with my Slaves of Darkness with the mortar, the Chaos Mortar Cannon. It had a mind of its own. Sometimes it would just turn and just mow over my own guys. Just because it wanted to. Nothing more than that. Just because it wanted to. And the other thing, if it might just be a nostalgia thing too, but it could be a real popular thing. Who knows?
Everything's gonna be nostalgia until you actually truly play the game, and then you're just like, oh, I like Age of Sigmar better. Found loads of it in the warehouse. I say BS. Well, I think it was something that they were hoping that Warhammer Fantasy was just going to be a dead and gone game, but the fan base behind it was really upset. And I think the thing is, the fan base that was behind it that were really upset were the ones that had armies that couldn't transfer over to Age of Sigmar. And I think we had a huge amount of those guys. Wood elves, the dark elves, the dwarves, the empire. The empire is the city of Sigmar people. But that took a while for the cities of Sigmar to kind of relatively go, so you can use the empire figurines for that. But like, there was a handful of dwarves that didn't work. The elves didn't work. Tonians didn't work with Age of Sigmar. The Tomb Kings didn't work. And then they kind of changed up how the orcs worked. It pretty much eliminated a lot of players from Warhammer Fantasy to make a transition over to Age of Sigmar. Those are the guys that were kind of those are the players that were kind of upset and mad about the fact that they can't use their army. Look how many years it's been, because they've been complaining about it for years. As soon as they got rid of it, they were so they finally came up with the old worlds, but I don't think that was something that Game Workshop wanted to do. Just kind of interesting to see what they're gonna do, if they're gonna make things. But it seems like they've been pushing a lot of stuff coming from Forge World, so it almost feels like it's just gonna be like a Forge World based game. I don't know if that their dollar figure would be worth it to have it. I think that the release is always going to be always extremely popular because you're bringing up a hypeness to it. I think that hypeness will die down, and then they'll just push everything over to Forge World. Because pretty much everything you have to buy is from Forge World. Oh, it's alright. I got you. I got you. Because even all the brand new models that they did for Bretonnian, they're all from Forge World. And they're like, oh, they're just resin models. The only plastic one they did was the Tomb King. Was that big dragon. Because if they put that dragon on Forge World, it'd be like a $300 dragon. Everywhere in the UK that puts on or letting people army not even together over here to make EWG. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I know. I know it was like a big, huge ordeal when they did the changeover. killed off the aura, killed off the world of Warhammer Fantasy, and opened up Age of Sigmar. And I know it really upset a lot of people. Literally just killed all the time and effort and money and the enjoyment of the hobby, and killed a whole bunch of their armies completely off. I know it was like a big, huge deal of complaints and everything else. Because technically, like, they're like the first company that I know that just like literally just kills games. The Game Workshop, you know, they killed it with BFG, Battlefleet Gothic. What it needs to do, it just needed different rules to make the thing better. All it needed. They killed that off. I'd much rather have Battlefleet Gothic than Primer Fan. And then you gotta say, like, look how long it's been before G-Dubs actually came back and go, okay, here you go, here's Old World. And after, you know, 10 to 12 years of complaining, got Old World's back. So, I guess that does tell you something, right? And eventually the squeaky wheel will get its grease. Right? Too bad. I'll have to fix that one too. Now if I can track down the Warhammer Fantasy rulebook, I had the spiral ringed. I got the spiral ringed rulebook Warhammer Fantasy, and if I can track that down, and then once I get the new rulebook, and then kind of do comparisons, differences in comparison. You gotta say, it's been so many years since Warhammer Fantasy's been out and about, so take a little bit to remember what everything was about. Alright guys, I think I got all the base fills of that. Now, I'll drive you guys nuts and do it all over again. Like I said, like this is the hardest out of the bunch. Everything else will be easy. Downhill after we get this base foot stuff. Oh. Trying to be careful and everything, and just pop a piece of paint right on the other side. Well, at least I can say that bringing back Old World means that I can blow the dust off of my old Slaves of Darkness and see about what I have to do about completing that army. Hey, what's up, Chaotic Painting? How you doing? Got a ton of Tyranids to paint yourself? Yes. Kind of plugging these bad boys away. Already got this one. We're doing two we're doing two Tyranid Primes. I think that's what these things are called. We're gonna get them looking like kind of like our Death Leaper. As you can see, like the membrane surface between. That's what we're kind of working on this. Getting these guys up, block filled. Then possibly finish up Extreme next time that we do this on YouTube Live. And enjoying YouTube Live, but I just need to be able to unlock all the cool features that I think get with live streaming, but I can't do anything without a partnership. So gotta be able to get 1,000 subscribers here on Twitch. Once I hit that peak there, that achievement, I guess I should say, get 1,000 subscribers, then I'll probably add even more days. It's gonna be a lot of painting, but I think I'm okay with that. Then all the days that I'm not streaming on Twitch, I'll be painting on YouTube because I have to hit an X amount of hours watched on these things. If I can get them remotely close to Twitch, we should be able to hit that in a month after the 1,000 subscribers. And I'm going to be streaming probably about 3 days on instead of just one. And the Tyranids are fun. Kind of cool. It's a little different. I like having a little bit of different. It gives me a good little change. Painting figurines. Painting Space Marines are like, they're getting easier and easier to paint. Then you'll start throwing in a different faction, and then it throws its own little kind of difficulties. With the Tyranids, the biggest ones, all these little mimics. You guys spend so much time on it. That one. Finally made it home. Glad you got home safely. That's a heck of a drive from, what is it, Dallas to Houston? Houston to Dallas? There, because I started at 10, 11, 2. And that's like, what, a 3-hour drive? $5? Okay, because I didn't know exactly when you were left when I streamed. But the internals, I just gotta get the externals on this and then fill in all the rest, and then we go right under the purples. Oh, no worries, Bike Scout. Worries? I think the other thing too, when people get into old world, is when they get the figures and finding out how outdated they. Especially if you're ones that have played Age of Sigmar with all the brand new models, you're gonna be like in a shocking surprise. 25 millimeter squares. Figure. Yeah. So I don't like how the skull on that big when you add the ages. I know. Yeah, it's gonna be a kind of a blast from the past. That's definitely what's gonna happen there. And then I'm just curious of like what they're gonna bring back. They're bring back all the factions again. Because, you know, there's still some of the armies that are Age of Sigmar transferred over from Warhammer Fantasy. So, yeah, the Vampire Courts, those are with, I think, like the Flesh Eater Courts and zombies and skeletons and stuff like that. They're all part of the Vampire Courts. Trying to think if Vampire Courts were their own. Could have been their own. Maybe the Flesh Eater Courts were the Vampire Courts. But I'll find out as soon as I get that rule book. I need. Once I get the rule books and the Ravenous Hordes, then I'll know exactly what and who and what are in these armies. So yeah, the flesh eater quartz are just the vampire quartz in Old World. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I'm like, I don't remember a flesh eater. I remember that the flesh eater quartz reported like port. Then you had the zombies and skeleton. And you had like the zombie dragon, stuff like that. That was all. You had the vampire lord on a zombie dragon. All part of vampire quartz. I got enough for probably that as well. Even with the shipping off of all those other skeletons and zombies I sent to you, Antifreeze, I think I still got enough to do that, plus the Age of Sigmar stuff. I got a lot of zombies. Skeletons. Then I'm just gonna need conquest bases, so I have them on circles, and then I can just snap them onto squares. So I can bounce back and forth from Age of Sigmar. As it's like when it comes to the zombie dragons, that's the big thing. There. Double deck, doing a double model feature. May look like a slow process, but once we get through it, it's just like, wow. And we're almost done with all my single character miniature. Then we'll start working on like small group. I got like some gargoyles. Get done. Termagants, got a whole bunch of Termagants. I don't think I'm gonna do a full range of Termagants on. But who knows? Once I start getting all these things done. I got these and we got the Screamers. Got the Pyro. I don't think it's the Pyrovore. But they're the same model. Called something else. Pyrovore is the one with the flames, the other one that shoots the spores. I have two of those. Two Screamers, two Neurolictors. Got like 6 of the Reaper, the Von Ryan Leapers. Got like a good batch of. Now, gonna drop it down. From the old world, yes, yeah. And the Blood Knights and the new Blood Knights are nice. I like the new. Cause I got so much, dude. Like, here. Back up, just. There's a box of skellies. Or no, those are the box of zombies. That's a box of skellies. I'm gonna strip this. There's the corpse cart. Still on a square base. Works out good there. I'm just gonna strip the paint. That's not my paint job. But then there's your Blood Knights right there. I just need to have square bases. Unfortunately, for it to work. And I have a zombie dragon. Those are just the things that are built. Yeah, no, well, it's like I was getting ready for doing the Soul Blight Bleed Blops, and then the Slaves of Darkness, like I actually have all my old Slaves of Darkness. I would have to pull them down, blow all the dust off of them. See where I'm at, see what I need. But the Vampire Quartz, I'll have to wait until actually all the Vampire Quartz stuff comes available, because I need the Von Karsteins and all those kind of figures. They're probably all going to be through Forge World. A lot of those things never got up to date, so some of these things have never been really updated. So like the Necromancer, that I don't think that's ever been updated. I think that's still the same ancient old thing. Vampire Lord goes there, and the Right Knight, like the Right King. I don't think this thing's ever been like truly like updated, really. Yeah, it's still like ancient old. A lot of these things will flow together pretty easily with the Age of. But the Slaves of Darkness are practically ready to go. I still have all the pewter halberds and all that stuff for them. Then I got the cool, I'm gonna have to 3D print it though, so I can get the War Mammoth, because the War Mammoth is like, I like to have the Forge World War Mammoth if they would ever bring it back. I'm not exactly sure if they would. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I think maybe the possibility of the converters can possibly be bigger than what the actual square base is supposed to be. Kind of like Conquest, they have like circle bases, but they go into square bases. Gotta make sure that I can get something that can convert it where it has the proper size on those. Once you got the proper size, then it doesn't really. But if Forge World brings back the War Mammoth, I will buy it. If they don't bring it back, I can 3D print a War Mammoth. Not exactly the same, but it's pretty close. And I think I might 3D print. I need a better printer though. Need to jump up to a 6 to 8K printer. Then I'll just print a War Mammoth. Square base, then you don't need to change all of it. And use for both. They don't break your models. True. Yeah, because I'm gonna need some form of a converter. Some of them, or the Soul Blight Bleed Blops, I'm gonna need. So I can get them over to the Vampire Quartz. But first of all, I have to break down all my. I'm gonna have to break down all my Slaves of Darkness to see what I have left. Yeah, we're letting people use round bases. The over here are really sticking together at the moment. All the shops and holders are talking. Oh, nice. Nice. That's nice. Well, right now it's going to be kind of a weird transition between the two. Especially the older models to the newer models to the older model. The reason why, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, the circular bases, per se, is just that they just don't fit in the movement tray. Then you start stacking them all into movement trays. I still even have the old movement tray. Got rid of any of them. Alright, we're getting there. Almost there. And crazy enough, this one, the smallest one out of all the figures I've done, has the most vents out of all of them. Figures, right? I wanted to do it though, just 3D print your own. That's what I'm thinking about doing. And it needs some ingenuity here. You know, probably 3D print because G Dubs is going to be giving square base, circular, square base, thirder one. That just doesn't seem GW way. Like GW will give you square bases to purchase. What you really need is just the conversion from circular to that. I would just like to actually get some Age of Sigmar models done. That would be really cool. I still think that Age of Sigmar models are pretty cool. I love the aesthetics of Age of Sigmar models. I got plenty of armies to go and do. Almost ready to sit there and start switching over and start doing the purples and block fill all those. And then once we got everything block filled, then it's just midtones and highlights. Things will just keep getting a little bit faster and faster as we go. And I'm almost done building all my orcs. A lot of orcs. Like a lot of orcs. Down to the final battle force box. Orcs. A handful of years ago. Almost. I got 5 knobs to do, like the knobs. Got 20 of the newer style boys. I finished the premium magazine of the orcs, and they were the old 40-year-old boys, orc boys back then. And the new Battle Force box, not the Beast Naga ones. I already got that box already done. All the Beast Naga boys are all was newer version of the boy, which it'll be nice. I think they might go together a little bit easier, and they look aesthetically they look a lot better than the older 40-year-old one. Almost done putting all the orcs done, and then once those are all done, because I'm spending this whole entire month just building models. I mean, I've been building models for like months, but this is like the last month, and it's cranking over a lot of. That'd be nice and lined up, just doing nothing but just painting models and getting done.
I like 40K, but Age of Sigmar is more. They are. Like, they are. Like, honestly, they are. How dare you? Heresy! Heresy, a heretic. But yeah, it is true. Like, the models are. They always are constantly updating the models, adding new models. They're just super, so nice. I like them too. I like the gameplay as well. I tried painting before a bunch of Age of Sigmar models, and it wasn't nearly attractive on Twitch when I was painting those. Normally, it's like painting 40K kind of limits me on what I'm painting. I love to get like the Flesh Eater quartz, those brand new Flesh Eater quartz. Oh, they're so awesome. What an awesome mod. Those models are so stellar. I'm just like, oh, these days are so good. All 40K's been doing is giving me some character models, but very generic. Very generic, like term. Very generic everything for factions. They're not individually specific like Age of Sigmar. Like, I got a lot of Soul Blight Bleed Blobs to do. Soul Blight Gravelords. Soul Blight Bleed Blobs. Blood sucking Dirt Eaters. I have a whole bunch of them to do. A lot of Slaves of Darkness to do. There's a lot. A lot of them. Like the Night Hunt. Looking. Alright. I got all the joints. That was probably the hardest part out of all of them. Doing that. You can just do the wings and stuff. You don't have to do all the internal joints if you don't want to. But I still think that it brings out really good out of the... Gonna some of my new stuff that just showed up. Nice. Love to see it. I'll be right back because I gotta go and use the restroom. Could be kid friendly on YouTube. All right. So now we got back-to-back doubles here. Imagine next one up is getting the purple on. After the purple, we do the green blades, and then we do the brown blades as well. All right back, guys. All right, I'm back. All right, I needed some go-go juice. All right, now let's switch things up and start laying down the purples so we can get all our block fills. We need all our block fills done. Which is really easy because we're only like 3 colors, 4 at most with Tyranids. So that's why the Tyranids are kind of like going by really quickly because I'm not really doing a whole lot of different kind of colors on them. They're all relatively the same. It's just that beige color, the flesh color, and then the purple, and then some green blades. Like I do that just for an accent because that's what I have for the Norn Emissary and the Death Leaper. So I'm just kind of giving that green for an accent. Alright. Yeah, a little bit bigger brush will go into the number 2 again. We're going to sit here and go dark purple. We're just going to kind of do these
kind of these hard armor plate shells that they have. Sometimes it's a wee bit hard to see because same one, all the same. what I'm gonna do is block fill all these on both of them. Call it quits. And then next Sunday we'll finish up the primes. Next one, finish these. Kind of nice because I'm actually able to knock these out. Make sure I get all the block. All the block fills need to be filled in. That's including all the claws and stuff. That's knocking out 2 of them. 2 streams. Then it's just kind of up to what we plan on doing next. I don't know if I want to go. Probably do the screamers. Those would be kind of really cool to do. Screamers, I got 2 screamers though. We'll probably do the Nero Tyrant. We'll do the Nero. That's just 1. Everything else comes kind of in 2s like this one. pic in the Discord of all the goodies you bought? I got more purple than I expected. They got so much going on these dudes. I've showed up so far, but still a lot on its way, and the stuff I have lost out in the last year. Just finish the collection. Gotcha. I wonder what's in the preview for Sunday and get to look. My ball's itchy. So the bare minimum of stuff we got here. Purples on that. Less and less with the block fills because I got less and less that I have to actually fill. There's actually one more I forgot. Get this. Every Tyranid. For some reason, I always forget the chest piece. Every one. I was like, I'm done. No, I'm not. Died. That's better. The purples on these are making like excellent. Excellent, excellent. my scenery, so much now. Oh, I bet. I know to do multiple tables. Age of Sigmar Games might as well buy the hall now so I can do my own games for the community bus. I'll have place to store my stuff. That's true too. Yeah, I got so much terrain, man. It's disgusting. It's so much. Oh my god. How much terrain I got. How much built terrain I have. I'm just like trying to figure out the best way to do it. So I might do the good old Wapples deal and actually do oil paints on the kind of smash through those as fast as I can and making them look really good in the process. Not having to do so much airbrushing and painting and washings and all that kind of stuff. I can pretty much do all of that with oils. Pretty much just washing them. It's pretty much just priming them bright colors. Or shooting the grays and the whites on the terrain and then start doing the washes. And it'll be a good thing to kind of use up my old prime. It needs to get up because I normally prime all my models black and then I kind of build it up from there. I'm hoping to get a mass amount. Yeah, because it'd be really nice to actually get some terrain done so I can actually start taking like cool pictures with the terrain that I get done. So I need to start working. And I got these big monster oil brush paint brushes and stuff so I could really cover a ton of space. And I'm including the hallways. It could be a lot of terrain. And there's a lot of terrain I haven't even built. They're still just in boxes. Even the terrain that I have already built takes up a 40-gallon tub of completely full. The blood starter set, but I have both armies. Go with the rest of the Soul Blight terrain. Yeah, I guess I'm missing one Warcry box. I should probably try to track that down. Yeah, I'm just missing one Warcry. I think I'm missing. Oh, maybe I could be missing two. Maybe missing two Warcry. I think I'm missing the Nightmare Quest. Is that just a piece of terrain for this one? Is that a book? Hunted, I got Blood Hunt. Yep. Thunder Fate, I have that. I don't have any of the newer books because I don't. Artiger, yeah, I have that one. So I'm missing the Nightmare Quest. That's the one I'm missing. No, it's not too bad. I'm just missing one. Yeah, so that top left one was just terrain. Are there photos of all of it? I just remember when Warcry first came out, it was just exciting. Starter box. And then it went to Catacombs. Then it went into Red Harvest. I think that was it for like the first season of Warcry, and then it went into the Heart of Gur. Out of all of them, all I got ever done for the Warcry was this starter set from War. Warcry got released. Box from. Oh yeah, it's an awesome box. It's an awesome game too. I really. Now that I'm happens a lot when you do assembly paint jobs, you'll forget things. So you thought you got them all. Thought you did. Hey, the best box they did so far. Yeah, absolutely. That you bought so far. Yeah, that starter box was nice. I came with the rule book, came with everything. I mean, maybe Heart of Gerd comes with a rule book too, like the newer season of the rule book. There was a lot of stuff in that just starting box. Terrain. I know. I need to start doing that. I like to actually be able to picture fully done armies and stuff with actual terrain I painted instead of going to the game store. Need to start working on those. But it's just been extremely tough. I'm just always running out of time on everything. Just trying to make videos. I do the recordings. I got to do the editings of them, and they're time consuming, and I really don't have all the time in the world, unfortunately. And doing the 3 streams on Twitch, 1 stream here on YouTube live on Sunday. I love doing this. This is a lot of fun. Don't ever want to cut back on anything. Like, and then I'm just doing nothing on all the times that I'm not streaming, is that I'm just building, just mass amount of building. Need to get these things done for these upcoming things that are happening. So after I'm done with the Space Bros on Twitch, then I can sit there and we can jump over and start working on Necrons. I have all the Necrons all built. Got all the AdMechs all built. And then I almost have all the Orcs built. And try to get the Space Marines all built this month. Probably finish up the rest of the 2 halves of the Leviathan box and get those guys all set up for Space Marines. And that is all my Space Marines. All of them done. I have another box of the 2 Leviathan halves. Then we're kind of somewhat prepared for Dark Angels when it comes. Ultra Bros, which knocks out not a huge amount of figures, but quite a bit of them. Well, a little amount of them, I guess I should say. A little amount of them. Go into like a number 1 brush. Then we're gonna go golden brown on all the claws, except for the 2 front ones. Those things are gonna be green, which actually, let's go ahead and hit those because those are gonna be nice and simple and easy. I know, you sent me a picture of that big giant 3-story piece you got. Wait until you get an airbrush. Good way to do it. I'm gonna actually give it the Wapples try on oil paints. Oil paints on the terrain. That's gonna be like interesting in so many ways. There's gonna be a lot of benefactors. 2 front claws. Then we just do all the browns and then we're done for today. Then the next stream I'll do all the midtones, highlights, edgings, everything else. We should be able to burn through those a little bit quicker. It takes a little bit of time. And I think the thing that took the most time was getting all these flesh membrane colors done. Drop the brush size down. Let's get the golden browns on and then call it a day. Should go by relatively quickly. There is a lot of claws. Make sure that we hit all the claws properly. We're gonna sit and do dark golden brown. All we have to do is midtones and highlights. And edge highlights. Mostly there's just edge highlights on just the purple armor. Kernels. That's like a full block filled Tyranid Prime right there. Pull up the bar, just the other one. Call it quits for today, and then next Sunday we'll do all the midtones, highlights, edge highlights. Hopefully the full completion, both of these models next Sunday. After I'm done with this, I'm gonna eat them. Exciting getting all the block fills. Paint by numbers, block fills, get the colors where you want them to be, all your base colors. There, all the fun stuff happened. Highlights, edge highlights, test highlights, those are my favorite highlights. Start getting edge highlights and you know that Nice. Just alright, so now that's 2 block filled. Prime Tyrants. Tyranids. Tyranid Primes. Man. Tough time with that. Okay. So now we got 2 matching block filled Tyranid Primes here. So on next Sunday, we'll do the mid-tones, highlights, and everything else, and it all starts. This. To where it needs to be, and then give it the wash. Those guys will be ready to go. Then we'll work on the Nero Tyrant next. After that one, because it's just one. And it's just a big old big giant brain. So we'll just get this guy completed, and he has his 2 little crotch goblins that go with him. So we'll be able to knock those out. Ready to go. Alright, sweet. Alright, let me close up shop here. Alright. Alright. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me on this Sunday. I really do appreciate it. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to this channel. I'm trying to shoot for 1,000 subscribers. It's my goal. I gotta try to get this partnership with YouTube. I already have the affiliate with Twitch, but now I'm trying to really push on to trying to get the partnership. That's kind of the same thing, like an affiliation with YouTube. Subscribe on this YouTube. That's like following, like on Twitch. But make sure you subscribe. Make sure you give me the likes too, because the likes on the videos that does something with the algorithms or whatnot with YouTube. Still trying to figure out all the sources of YouTube, and I can't wait to unlock, because there's so much more stuff I can do when I do like YouTube lives and all this stuff. I think I'm able to add my own custom emotes and all these other things, and having memberships or like subscribes on Twitch. They're like memberships here on YouTube, and we can actually do something really neat through YouTube as well. Other than that, guys, thank you for coming and hanging out as we're doing that. There's a full block fill. This is the part 1 of the Tyranid Primes. And we were able to do 2 at a time, so that was excellent. Even still in the same amount of time frame that I normally do, like the Norm Emissary that took too many parts. This one here, these ones are a little easier and easier flowing. Let's see here. Shout out to my sponsors and affiliates. I really do appreciate what they do for me, and also what they provide to the painting community. Use the affiliate links and the discount codes for them. You can do them in chat, the commands in chat, or you can go over to my Discord, !Discord. They'll be over in the sponsor affiliate links. You can go and check out the Wicked store that's over there on my Discord as well. I got dice, and I got the Imperial Knights up there. Once I'm done with all these armies, they will all be going up on my Wicked store on Discord. Other than that, follow me on my socials, !Social. And I think all those links will be in my description too on the bottom here. I think I have to add a few more on there. Still trying to figure out the dealio and the lingo on YouTube. But other than that, guys, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And until then, I will catch you guys tomorrow on Monday on my Twitch, !Twitch. And we'll be working on the Space Bros. We're working on the Terminators. We got all the base coats all airbrushed on these dudes, so they're just nice and shiny and bright and blue. And we'll be getting them all done.
They're slowly getting that army completed. We're slowly getting the Tyranids completed. I'm a very happy person. So that's actually knocking out 2 armies on 2 different platforms, which is that's an awesome goal, and I want to keep going with this after we're done with the Tyranids, which we still got a plethora of them to still do. We'll switch it over and do something else, like maybe AdMechs or something. Do Necrons on Twitch, AdMechs on YouTube, because they take a little bit more time, more finesse, and I can spend a little bit more time through Twitch or through YouTube than over on Twitch. But other than that, guys, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I'll catch you guys on Monday. Actually, Monday we're not doing the Space Bros. We're doing the Artle W bus piece on Monday. Or so for tomorrow, we're doing this guy. So tomorrow we're working on the Artle W bust, the Demon bust, and we're gonna get this all up to par as well, and get some more love on that. That's what we're gonna be working on for tomorrow. I forgot on Mondays. I'm trying to do that and get some things over on the Price Wheel spin-off too on my Mondays. So awesome. Thanks, guys. Make sure you like. Make sure you subscribe. Shooting for those 1,000. Thank you so much, and I'll catch you guys next time.